In this quick tutorial, I'm going to show you my top 5 sequencer tips and tricks that every Unreal Engine dev should know. First up, piloting the camera. I'm embarrassed to say it, but I did not know this trick for 2 years. You literally right-click on the asset that you want to pilot and then pilot Cine Camera Actor. And the reason this is so useful is because then you can get that actor into whatever position you want to put it in. Now, usually that's a camera, but sometimes you want to do that for any kind of actor. And then when you're done, you just right-click on it again, stop piloting. But that brings us to our second tip, because right here, you can see my camera is way out of focus. So what's the fastest, easiest way to get a camera in focus? And for that, with our Cine Camera Actor selected, we got to scroll down a little bit. You got to look for the focus method here. And instead of manual, I'm just going to switch that to tracking. And we are going to select the actor that we want to track, and that's our BP Cairo here. And we can even use the eyedropper here to just click on that and click right on them. We got it. On to the third tip. So this is only obvious once I play the cinematic. So if I play it, it's going way too fast. I want to add what's called a time dilation track. And time dilation is exactly what it sounds like. You could speed it up, you could slow it down, you could do it for the whole track, you can add keys to speed it up or slow it down at a particular point. It's just insanely useful. So I can just set this to be 0.2 speed, and let's play again. Yeah, that looks much more realistic. All right, so the fourth one. So this one was not obvious to me until I encountered the problem, because right now, as I play this, it's actually working properly. It's working the way that I want it to work, which is he's syncing at a constant rate. But it's only working properly because I adjusted something. So it's under the location here, the location Z. You see how this is a triangle instead of a circle like the rest of them. So the triangle, that means what's called linear interpolation between the two keys, between the 2 points that I set. And let me show you what this does if I set it to cubic, which is the standard one. I've got to set this one also to cubic. So if I hit play, he slowly begins to drop, then he reaches full speed in the middle, and then he slows down again as it approaches the final point. That's what cubic interpolation does, right? It slowly ramps up and it slowly slows down. And most of the time you want cubic interpolation because you want a smooth blending between multiple points. But in this case, I want him drowning, I want him sinking at a steady rate. So you just right click on the point, you select linear or constant interpolation, and you could play with these settings, see what you get the best effect with. Yeah, so then let's play it again. So now he's just falling at a constant rate. So the last one might be kind of obvious, but you'd be surprised how many people don't do this. And you want to get the lighting of your scene precisely right, because lighting matters a lot. And that is adding your post-process volume as an actor to sequencer. So you just go to actor to sequencer and you search for post-process here. It's not going to show up for me because I already did it. But the reason to add your post-process volume to sequencer is because then you can take any single setting. So under settings here, you can take any setting on your post-process volume, stick it into sequencer, and then key it. So at this point, I've got the intensity of the bloom to just be 1, but then it ramps up fast. So I put the bloom all the way at 30 at the end. And you could do that for any setting in your post-process volume. So that's it. That's the top 5, but I'll give you one last one, which is my favorite keyboard shortcut, and that is Shift-C. And Shift-C, all it does is switches back and forth to camera cuts. So instead of coming up here and having to click this button every single time, you could be anywhere you want, right? So I could be moved all around and then Shift-C, and then as soon as we play, we're back in action. So I hope you enjoyed, and feel free to check out the rest of the channel.
The development of consumer products is never linear and is filled with potential issues blocking success. Fusion 360 allows every team member to seamlessly share designs back and forth, collaborate with other teams in the same environment, enabling true collaboration at every stage of the process.
everything is moving along with it.
If you've ever thought, damn, clubs are way too expensive, well then you need to know about Tacoma Golf.
If you give me 2 hours, I'll give you everything you need to create and edit character animations for your games, movies, and whatever else it is you'd want to do with them. I'll even take you through implementing them in-game so you can execute the full game animation pipeline. All I ask in return is that you hit like on this video, drop a comment with how you feel about this course and what other content you'd like to see. Oh, and subscribe. In this full step-by-step course that I'm giving away absolutely free, I'm going to take you from zero animation skills through everything you need to create and edit animations using Unreal 5.5 that can then be used in any engine or 3D animation software. If you're already an expert animator, this course will give you all the knowledge you need to use Unreal for your character animating. All you need to get started is Unreal 5.5 installed, and I'll take you through everything else, including implementing the animations in games so you'll go from concept all the way through usage in your projects. But don't worry, the blueprint stuff is super easy and you'll go right through it like a hot knife through butter. We'll start with a cartoony forward dash animation to show you the ropes of creating an animation from scratch. Then we'll move on to a sweet idle break where the character looks at their watch. We'll then go through how to transplant that idle break onto a walk animation through the power of animation layers, and we'll finish up by editing and polishing an existing animation to make it more weighty, lively, and, well, good. In that one, I'll show you how to fully decrapify an axe wield animation, as well as getting you started working with props or weapons with your animations. All of that in 2 hours. I also encourage you to join the Discord, where you'll be able to talk about this course and pick up any of the dozens of animations I've released for free this year. Okay, no more stalling. We'll start by setting up the project. Let's get into it. We're going to just create a from scratch 5.5 project that has Tatools version 2 in it and is ready for us to do our animating. So you start in your Epic Games launcher, you go to the library. If you don't have 5.5 installed, you go by engine versions, press the plus sign, and then you can select
Hi folks, welcome back to another Unreal Engine animation tutorial. In this video, I will show you how to edit an animation using the Curve Editor's Transform tool. This tool is incredibly powerful for fine-tuning your animations by giving you full control over the keyframes you've selected. Let's dive right in and see how it works. Alright guys, as you can see here, we have a simple sequencer with our Wukong character in it. The link is in the description. If you like the character, you can download it from there. And we want to add an animation to this character, so I'm going to search for an animation. Yeah, this one is okay. And what I want to do here is to kind of change how this tail is moving and bending over this action. So what I need to do is to bake the animation on the FK control rig, and by doing that you can see that the whole animation has baked on the bones. Now if you press the G button on the keyboard, you will be able to see all the bones of the character, and by pressing on each of the bones, the related bone will be selected on either sequencer and the curve editor. Now let's expand one of these tail bones, and as you can see, we don't have any movements on the location axis, and all the movements are related to rotation of each bone. And if I'm going to select one of these keyframes, as you can see, by changing the position and the value, the tail bone is moving simultaneously. So in order to be able to make some modification on the tail of the character, I'm going to expand all the tail bones on the curve editor, and by holding the control key on the keyboard, let's select all the rotation axis of each of the bones. And now that we've selected all the rotation axes, as you can see, we have too many keyframes to make some modifications on the curve. So I'm going to select all the keyframes and go to the filter section. And here we have some filter functions, and I'm going to use the smart reduce one. Now let's set the tolerance to something around 20 and sample rate to 24 frames per second and apply it. And as you can see, we have reduced the number of keyframes, and tweaking on the curves now would be much easier than before. Now I'm going to select these keyframes because this is a section that I want to tweak on its motion. And let's press the F button on the keyboard to zoom on the selected keyframes. And this is the transform tool that I was talking about. Now guys, the transform tool is a lattice on the selected keyframes with the center, bottom, and upper borders and the edge borders. Now, first I'm going to keep the center point fixed at the center of the lattice, then I will move the bottom border closer to the center, and as you can see, this compresses the curve near the bottom edge, scaling the keyframes values inward. Now, I will move the bottom border farther from the center, which expands the curve and scales the keyframes values outward. Now, let's scale it back, and next I will place the pivot point on the upper border. And now when I move the bottom border closer to the upper one, the lattice compresses upward, adjusting the curves accordingly. Similarly, if I place the pivot point on the bottom border and move the upper border closer to the bottom one, the lattice compresses downward. And finally, I will place the center point along the edges of the lattice and move the opposite edge closer and farther from the selected edge. And this transforms the keyframes horizontally, affecting the timing of the animation curve. And the pivot point of the lattice can snap to the edges, corners, and the center as you move it, giving you precise control over how the keyframes are adjusted. And this flexibility makes the transform tool extremely useful for quickly refining animations to get the exact look you're aiming for. Whether you're scaling, compressing, or repositioning your curves, this tool offers you a powerful and intuitive control to make your animations look exactly how you want. I hope this tutorial helped you and understand the possibilities of the transform tool, and if you enjoyed this video or found it helpful, make sure to like and subscribe for more Unreal Engine tips and tutorials. And as always, feel free to leave any question or thoughts in the comments below. I would love to hear from you. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next video.
With Fiverr, you can hire top-rated freelance experts in a variety of AI services. Alternatively, you could just become an AI expert yourself. Begin by learning acronyms like NLP, NLG,
Live from New York.
SNL was the biggest show ever.
Hello guys, and welcome back to another video. In this video, we're going to be checking out the new modular control rig creator inside of Unreal Engine 5.4. The modular control rig is a brand new system that allows you to create a robust animation rig for any character or skeleton very quickly and efficiently. It allows you to drag and drop presetted controls onto your character, so you have things like the arms, legs, fingers, and spine to choose from, and once you drag and drop it, it automatically creates the rigs and gizmos needed to start animating your character in Unreal Engine. This new modular control rig workflow enables you to not have to manually and meticulously create a control rig from scratch, but rather it automates the process of creating an animation rig to just a couple of clicks. Whether you are interested in creating animations in Engine for your games, or animating your digital characters, or things like creating short films and virtual production, the new modular control rig will speed up your workflow, allowing you to create animation-ready control rigs. Now, before we dive into the video, check out my courses on smartpoly.teachable.com. If you are interested in making games inside of Unreal Engine, luckily for you, I have a complete multiplayer survival game course, which shows you step-by-step how to create a multiplayer survival game inside of Unreal Engine. I'm going to be remastering this course in Unreal Engine 5.4 and adding some new features in the course like controller input support, first and third person mode, and so much more. So if you haven't picked the course up yet, I highly recommend you do, as I will be remastering it when they release Unreal Engine 5.4. Now with all that out of the way, let's get right into the video. So to get started, you want to make sure that you first have Unreal Engine 5.4 installed. Currently I have the 5.4 Preview 1 version. This is sort of like the beta version, and you want to make sure that you have the control rig modules plugin enabled. So go ahead and go up to edit and plugins, and you want to search for control rig, and just make sure that you have this control rig modules enabled. So go ahead and hit that checkbox if it isn't enabled and restart your project. It is currently enabled by default. Also, you'll notice that it is an experimental plugin, so it is subject to any changes or updates. So now that we have the plugin enabled, we're going to add a custom character to demonstrate how easy it is to create a modular control rig for it. I'll be using this free pirate character, so you can just search this up on the marketplace, add it to your project, and just search up the project, select it, choose the latest compatible version, in this case is 5.3, and just click add to project. You can really try this with any character that you want, so just note you don't have to follow exactly along. You can really try this with any humanoid character, and even it doesn't have to be a human type character, and we'll see that later on in the video. Alright, so now that we have that pirate character, or at least a character that we can use, let's create the modular control rig asset. So to create this asset, you just want to right click in your content browser and go over to the animation tab, and all the way down to control rig. We just want to add a normal control rig asset. So go ahead and select that. Then a menu is going to pop up, and you're going to see that you have two different options. So first we have the control rig option. This is what you'd use if you wanted to manually create a control rig. I have a full video detailing that process and how to create a control rig. But in our case, we want to select this modular rig, and let's go ahead and click create on that. And then we can just rename this to pirate rig, and just double click and open that up. Now the first time you open this up, you're going to see a bunch of new windows. So the first of which is this compiler results. For whatever reason, this window just pops up. So we can just close that. We don't actually need that. Now your first time inside of this UI, or inside the modular control rig window, I'm going to explain all the user interface that you see here, and just note that things might move around or be updated in newer versions of the engine. But first of all, we have here the module assets. So these are the different preset options that we get. We'll come back to all this in a second. We have things like the hierarchy. So this will show us sort of like the bone hierarchy of our modules. In the center, we have things like the viewport. Have your standard viewport control, so you can look around, move around, all that stuff. And then over here on the right, we have things like the details, preview scene settings, and the rig hierarchy. So the very first thing that we need to do is select our character that we'll be creating the rig for. In our case, we want to go to preview scene settings, and under the preview mesh, you want to hit the drop down. And since I've added that pirate character, I'm going to select this skpirate_full_01. That will add in our pirate mesh. And again, you can use this for any character that you want to try this out with. So now that we have this pirate character added here in our rig, the very first thing that you can see is we have a basic control for the movement of our character. And to select the controls, you can just left click on it It will give you a little gizmo. And then if you hover over this, these little sockets are going to tell you exactly what you need to drag and drop onto. So if you hover over this, it's going to say the name of that socket, Spine01 socket, and it says drag and drop the spine module here. So if we look over in our module assets, if we scroll down, we have this spine asset. And actually, let's go ahead and make this a little bit larger so you guys can see. So we hit this little gizmo icon right here, the gear icon. We can show this as tiles, and then we can also hit the gear icon and make the thumbnail size medium. That way you guys can see all of the different modules that we have to work with. So it wants us to drag and drop the spine module here. So if we go into our module assets, we have this spine module. We just drag and drop this, and it'll automatically add that control. And also in the
When I first started learning animation, I was simply overwhelmed with all of the terminology, principles, rules of thumb that I just did not know where to start. I felt like I was wasting so much time just aimlessly moving things around without knowing what I was doing and not getting any better. And I just wasn't happy with any of the animations I was making at that time. But what if I told you the workflow I will be showing you in this video completely changed all of that and allowed me to start making work that I was happy with and eventually land my first job in the animation industry? That's lucky. In this video, I'm going to teach you a 6-step workflow that I've been using for the last 6 years whilst working professionally in feature films, games, advertisement, and TV shows. It is a systemic approach, a beginner-friendly step-by-step formula that you can follow along with to create animation, which will instantly level up your work. I've been teaching animation for a while now, and what I've noticed from my students is that learning this workflow bridges the gap between all of these abstract animation concepts, but it also gives them a foundation in which they can improve their animation skill set over time. We're going to be enlisting the help of Link from the Legend of Zelda series and creating some animation examples which are going to illustrate how this workflow works and really make it simple for you. Step 1. golden poses and anticipation. The first thing we're going to be looking out for is our golden poses. These are our main storytelling moments. Imagine them like comic book panels. They're the moments that best describe the storytelling beats that you're trying to tell to the audience. For now, let's start by keeping it super simple. Link can stand in a dungeon looking to the left, and then turn to the right. These two main beats become our golden poses. So let's pose them out with Link in our chosen software. Our golden poses is where we spend a lot of our time when animating. We want to make sure that these poses convey the right weight in the right position, have a strong line of action, have great appeal, and a bunch more animation concepts that we won't get into in this video because otherwise it will be infinitely long. He's standing there looking left, and then he turns to look right. Since this workflow is based off hand-drawn animation workflows of the past, we're going to make sure that we key all of the controls on the rig on all of our poses. Do this to make our pose stamp down on a specific key, just like how a drawing would be stuck to a specific piece of paper in traditional animation. For more complex movements, we'll need more golden poses. For example, a baseball player pitching a ball has the ball in their hand as a pose, they rev up ready to throw the ball as another pose, and then they throw the ball as another golden pose. The pose of them revving up the baseball is often referred to as an anticipation pose, but there's no need to overcomplicate it. In this workflow, anticipation poses are treated the exact same as any other golden pose. Back to our example, now we have our two main golden poses and we can move on to step 2. Step 2, breakdown 1. The next thing we're going to do is create breakdowns between our poses. A breakdown is a descriptive pose which tells us how we get from one pose to another. When making a breakdown, there are a lot of things you need to consider, and sometimes that can become a bit overwhelming. So to keep this super simple, we're going to split up our breakdown into 2 separate breakdowns where we only have to consider certain steps for each one. Our first breakdown will bias our pose A, and our second breakdown will bias pose B. To give us a base for this breakdown, we can use free tools like Tween Machine or Blender's breakdowner tool. The amount that we bias our pose A and pose B when creating these breakdowns is going to determine the general speed that we're going to move between our two poses. This is because the fastest point of our movement is going to be placed exactly between our two breakdowns. So the more we bias our poses, the snappier the animation will become, as it has a further distance to travel between our two breakdowns. It's common that cartoonier moves use more bias and are thus snappier, and more organic moves have less bias
and are thus more continuous in their action.
But it's always good to vary that snappiness between each of our pose-to-pose moves to give it an interesting rhythm and stop it feeling repetitive. One more thing we need to think about at this stage is how many frames we hold each of our poses for. I recommend holding each pose on either 2 frames, 3 frames, or 4 frames. This is commonly referred to in animation as animating on 2s, 3s, or 4s. For beginners,
I recommend blocking on a set frame rate so you can easily flick between your poses and judge the spacing of each body part. It also means you don't have to worry about the timing so much at this stage. You can always adjust later and make things closer or further apart to make them slower or faster.
Once we've decided the general speed that we're going to move between our two poses, we need to adjust 2 main things in that breakdown from what Tween Machine or Blender's breakdowner gives us. The first thing is deciding what is leading the action. We can lead the action with all kinds of things: the eyes, an arm, the head, the body, whatever we want really. Following reference will give us the realistic approach, and it'll give us an idea of what's leading and following, but it's sometimes fun if you're going for a more cartoony shot to mix that up completely and lead with something completely random and have some fun with it. The second thing we need to consider when adjusting our first breakdown is our arcs. Arcs are the way natural things move in almost all situations. However, when you use Tween Machine or Blender's breakdowner, it's going to put everything in a straight line. You can easily see this by following the translation gizmo with your eye whilst flicking between your frames. So it's up to us to put this into an arc in whichever direction we see fit. But it's not only the translations on our controllers that are put into straight lines, it's also our rotations. The way I visualize this is by looking at the intersecting points of our axes on the gizmo. It's a lot harder to see and track than the translation gizmo, but trust me, it's there, and we need to put that into an arc also.
Another thing you can do is track parts of the mesh that controller is moving. So on the head, you can track the arc by looking at the nose, and for the arm, you can track the elbow position and the hand position. Sometimes you have to be a little bit creative to track these rotation arcs. Here's a quick time lapse of me creating our first breakdown, starting off by choosing the general spacing in Tween Machine, then determining what's leading. Here I chose the eyes and the head and even the closer arm. Then I put everything into arcs. Since this rig is mostly rotation based because it's all set up in FK, we mostly just need to put our rotations into arc, as there's only a few controls that really need to be translated here. Once we've created our first breakdown with all those things in mind, we can move on to
Step 3, breakdown 2. Our breakdown 2 is kind of a mirror of our breakdown 1, but this time we're biasing pose B with Tween Machine or Blender's breakdowner. I almost always use a similar percentage bias, on my breakdown 2 towards pose B that I used on my breakdown 1 towards pose A. It's a general rule of thumb. When creating our breakdown 2, there are once again 2 things we need to consider. Number 1, decide what is dragging. Much like how we decided what was leading in our breakdown 1, we now need to choose something to drag behind when creating our breakdown 2. Make sure that you drag something that isn't the thing you were leading with when you were creating your breakdown 1. Otherwise, things can end up being a bit weird and confused in the directionality that it's taking. The second main thing we need to think about when creating our breakdown 2 is once again our arcs. We need to put things into arcs as Tween Machine or Blender's Breakdowner has put things in straight lines. This goes again for translation and rotation on all of our main controls. This time we can go past our pose B with some of these body parts to create what's called an overshoot. So the arc is going past the final pose but then coming back to it. And that's it for breakdown number 2. With our 2 main breakdowns completed, we can now move on to our next step. Step 4, the midpoint pose. The next thing we're going to do is create a pose which defines the midpoint between our breakdown 1 and breakdown 2. Our breakdown 1 defines how we get out of our pose A, and our breakdown 2 defines how we get into our pose B. What the midpoint is doing is defining the fastest point in the movement. To create a base for our midpoint, we're going to once again use Tween Machine, but this time we're going to make sure it's bang smack in the middle of our breakdown 1 and 2 and make it 50% on Tween Machine or Blender's Breakdowner. When adjusting our midpoint from what Tween Machine has given us, we're going to once again think about 2 main things. Number 1, lead and drag. Now that we've done all the heavy lifting in our breakdown 1 and 2 by making all the decisions on what's leading and dragging, we now just need to continue that in our midpoint so we can push the lead and drag even further here. The second thing we need to think about in our midpoint is once again our friendly neighborhood arcs. As we've used Tween Machine to create a base for this pose, it is in a straight line again between breakdown 1 and 2, so we need to put everything into an arc in both translation and rotation. You're going to get used to this. This is what you do most of the time when in-betweening. Step 5, ease in and ease out. What we're going to do now is pad out our animation with more poses which help define lead and follow and the arcs of the motion. The order in which we make these poses is very important, however, and that comes down to a core principle we haven't talked too much on today, which is spacing. To oversimplify the concept of spacing, it's the amount that each body part moves between each pose. If you're paying attention, you'll realize that we've already been using the concept of spacing when creating our breakdowns, but we're going to continue to use it here. In regards to spacing, the most important thing to keep in mind whilst using this workflow is that our spacing is progressive and not linear. What that means is between each of our poses, our body parts need to be moving and getting bigger and bigger spacing, and then slower and slower spacing as we get to our next pose. So now that we understand this concept of spacing, we can add more poses into our animation. We're first going to be creating ease outs of our first pose, which are placed between our pose A and our breakdown 1. When creating the base for these poses using Tween Machine or Blender's Breakdowner, we need to make sure that we are biasing pose A. Then, just like we did with our midpoint, need to follow along with the lead and follow and add arcs to each of our body parts. Don't be afraid to make your arcs more interesting by having them travel behind our first pose before traveling forward to our next pose. After making our first ease out pose, it's mostly rinse and repeat, making more. We just need to move those keys up to allow more space between our most recently created ease out and our pose A. This is where we put in more eases. This way we are following the principle of progressive spacing. The amount of poses we add here give us the opportunities to add more breakup between the different body parts and give us more information of how we get out of this first pose. Once we've made enough ease out poses, we can move on to making ease in poses. These are placed between our breakdown 2 and our pose B. When making the base for these poses using Tween Machine or Blender's Breakdowner, we need to make sure we're biasing pose B. This way we're getting slower and slower the closer to pose B we get, again following our principle of progressive spacing. Once again, when creating each of these ease in poses, we need to make sure we push the lead and follow and the arcs, just like we did in every other step. Make sure to overshoot some of the controls on different poses to give an organic breakup to the motion. Again, the more poses we add here, the more information we are adding into how we are settling into this final pose. The way I like to view it is that we're kind of magneting into each pose and things are settling at different rates. We're moving between each pose and we're kind of magneting into them. And then we find ways to add breakup and lead and follow and all of these things. It's me dancing around. With all of those ease in poses created, we can now move on to our final step. Step 6, the moving hold. The last thing we need to create is one final ease in pose. This is going to serve as our moving hold. What we then need to do is move our pose B up for however long we're going to hold in this pose for, and it will allow our final ease in that we've just created to serve as our moving hold pose. What that means is that when we let the computer interpolate between our poses, it's going to have a slight drift so that it doesn't feel completely stuck and stiff. For most animation styles outside of extremely cartoony ones, we want at least a little bit of drift in our character when holding in a pose so they don't feel completely dead. With all of those steps completed, we have now created a pose-to-pose movement between our pose A and our pose B. If we play it through, you can see that we have something semi-decent. We've added a ton of information and breakup between our two poses, and hopefully you can see how the more information we add, the more organic and interesting the motion can become. Because we've added all of that information now, if we allow the computer to interpolate and put it into spline on ones, you can see the motion mostly holds up. From here, if you want to take it further, you can clean up curves, add breathing, and polish infinitely. This is where animation can take forever. But for the purposes of things like TV shows, this is how far you would get, and you would send that off to be finaled and it would be aired on TV. So for the purpose of this video, we're not going to go any further with any more of those details. The main thing we need to consider now, for each of our golden poses and anticipations we made at the start, we need to use this workflow to bridge the gap between them. So we have pose A, workflow, pose B, our workflow, pose C, our workflow, and so on and so on. The interesting part then comes in creating interesting rhythms by having them move at different speeds, having things continue through one motion and then lead into another, and a bunch of other tips that really can juice up and make those animations really interesting. I know that's a lot of information, but I hope it helps demystify a lot of the animation process for you. There are a bunch of other animation workflows that you can follow, and different people have varying success with them, but I truly believe that following this specific workflow is best for beginners, as it follows 2D principles that have existed for the last 100 years, and it means you can read things like the Animated Survival Kit and have context to where you would put all of these different things he's talking about into your work. I hope this gives a solid foundation that beginner animators can now use to create animations and continue to develop their skill set. It's definitely worth rewatching this video and taking notes, and also following along making your own animations using all the steps we've gone over here. If you have any questions, make sure to drop a comment and I will do my best to respond. If you found this useful, make sure to share this and subscribe to help the channel out. Stick around, we've got more videos on animation concepts and other things like that. And we like to have a bit of fun here, you know? Come on, it's a bit loose, it's a bit of fun, you know? Alright, until next time. Peace.
Auf Autodesk Fusion 360 sind wir gekommen, da wir mit unseren bisherigen CAD-Programmen am Ende gestanden sind. Unsere Anforderungen wurden schneller und schneller, die Verknüpfung verschiedener Abteilungen wurden mehr und damit war Bedarf nach anderer Software.
Everyone in this family hates me. Everyone in this family hates me. Everyone in this family hates me.
Hi everyone, welcome to Alex on Story. My name is Alex. This video is all about animation workflow, specifically pose-to-pose. There are three main workflows in computer animation: pose-to-pose, straight ahead, and layered. This is the first video in a three-part series, with each video looking at one of the workflows. First, let's talk about what is workflow and why it is so important to your success. Workflow is the way in which you do a task, the steps taken. If you do not have a workflow, you're lost. You're guessing. Workflow provides structure. The better your workflow, paired with your skill, the higher quality you can produce. Workflow is such a broad and vast topic that it is hardly talked about. I've come to the understanding that workflow has layers. You start broad at the top and work your way down to greater detail. At each layer, you have a unique workflow. With each workflow, you should always be pointed towards quality, meaning your workflow should always have a desired outcome. If it doesn't, you're pointed in different directions and will miss out on quality. A simple workflow for me always starts at the top, with the question, how do I want the audience to feel? Happy, sad, excited. Once I have my answer, I know what I'm aiming at. So if I'm setting up a scene, my staging, framing, and composition are focused on achieving the desired feeling. If I'm blocking my character, the posing is created to support that desired feeling. Let's move on and talk about pose-to-pose. Pose-to-pose is a method used to block out your scene. Specific to character animation, it is the posing of a character from one idea to another, with each new idea represented with a new pose. The true strength of this method is its communicative power. The better you are posing, the better your quality. The concept of pose-to-pose was created in the early 1900s at Disney. It was cemented as one of the 12 principles of animation by the 9 old men in the early 1930s. Pose-to-pose is over 100 years old and has withstood the test of time and the changing of mediums. The one side effect of pose-to-pose is the end result can turn out stiff, meaning your animation can lose that spark of life. I'll provide solutions to this problem as we build the scene together. Now before we jump to Blender and the demonstration, I want to tell you about this video and this channel's first sponsor, Skillshare. I can't think of a better company to partner with than Skillshare. They are driven to providing the best learning experience. Do you want to learn to model, improve your lighting and rendering,
Colgate Optic White's unique technology gives you a visibly brighter smile in just 3 days.
Saving on your education should be a right, not a competition.
Today I want to share my animation workflow and also just talk about the importance of finding a workflow that fits you and how you actually like to animate. So a few weeks ago I gave myself the goal of coming up with and animating a simple 2-hit combo attack in less than 8 hours. It ended up taking me about 6.5 hours, and I actually did a quick minute-long breakdown video of that process to kind of show my workflow. But now I just want to go a little bit more in depth into my workflow and also just talk about why I animate the way that I do. So while I was learning in school and then also working, I stuck with a stepped pose-to-pose approach to all my animation. And I think the main reason for that is just that was the way I was taught. That's typically how you're taught to animate. So you sort of just animated whatever way you were taught to. But it's really important to experiment with different workflows, try different things for your animation to see what actually works for you, because not everybody can work in this pose-to-pose approach to animation. It was very difficult for me to focus on my poses first and almost think about the animation after the fact. Poses are obviously very important to animation, but for me, I really don't care about the posing at the very beginning of my animation. For me, the most important thing is actually just figuring out the animation, right? We're creating and bringing things to life, so I want to figure out how the characters are actually moving. How are they moving through 3D space? What is the timing? What is the spacing? And what is the actual flow of the animation? That for me is the most important thing for me to figure out as quickly as I possibly can. And then I can go in there and start thinking about the poses, start tweaking my poses and pushing poses where I need to. So with any animation that I create, I always try to start with video reference. And typically, if I can, I'll try to shoot my video reference myself. And that's what I ended up doing in this case. I just went in the backyard, put up the camera, and just started playing around with different 2-hit combo ideas until I landed on the one that you see here. And basically, it's like a slash into the sort of throw of the weapon into like a stab to end it off. I probably just spent maybe 15 or 20 minutes playing around with different ideas, trying different things until I landed on something that I really liked. And I love shooting my own video reference just because I'm able to really feel out the action, really play around with different ideas, and also create something exactly how I want it. Obviously, if it's like a really technical, acrobatic, body mechanics heavy move that you really can't do yourself, you're flipping or you're needing to like flip around or do all these crazy actions, typically you're gonna have to find that online. But I always try to, if I can, shoot it myself just so that I can feel out the action, understand what the body is actually going through, what are the things that I'm doing to actually create this action. And another reason to shoot your own reference is that really it's just a lot quicker. If you're finding video reference, oftentimes you're gonna have to cut individual clips together to get the exact action that you want. So even if you have an idea of a 2-hit combo, if I was thinking, I want to do a slash into a sword grab, stab, that is very specific, and it's going to take a lot of time to even find reference that kind of fits within that category. You might have to find reference from movies or just YouTube clips, mash them together until you get sort of the reference that works for you, and that can take a lot of time. So again, I wanted to give myself a pretty tight time constraint of 8 hours, under 8 hours to do this. So shooting my own reference was really important. So once I'm happy with the video reference, the next thing for me to do is to actually jump into Maya and start animating. And then I know typically, especially when you're learning animation, it's always sort of like drilled into your head to plan. Do thumbnail sketches, plan some more, do some more thumbnail sketches, plan some more. Never jump into Maya until you know exactly what you're animating. You know exactly what key poses fall on what frame. You know exactly how long your animation is going to be. That just really doesn't work for me and how I like to animate, just because I like to jump into Maya and really just have fun playing around with things. We're creating movement, we're creating life. The best way to do that is to just start doing that and just play around with timing, play around with spacing, play around with different movement ideas for your animation. And to do that, I create what is called a cube pass. So the first thing that I do is just basically drop in a box, shape it roughly the same size and shape as the character's torso, and then I just animate a cube. And for this, it's typically based off my video reference. So you can see if I play it here, the cube is moving roughly and doing what you saw in the video reference, but inside of Maya, and I'm really able to quickly play around with different timing ideas, play around with just the overall movement, and almost shape this as if it were clay. I'm sort of just pushing and pulling this movement to get it to look the way that I sort of visualize it in my mind. And for this particular shot, I think it might have taken me 15, 20 minutes to create this cube pass, and already it gives me a really strong foundation that I can begin to build upon. So this just gives me a really strong base to start with. I'm already seeing the movement of my animation at the very beginning of the entire process, which for me is really important. So once I have the cube pass, the next thing for me to do is basically get the character rig following the movement of the cube. So that's what I've done here. I'll go ahead and unhide the geo layer for the rig and show the control curves. So you'll see basically the character is just following the movement of the cube, and it almost looks like this sort of like action figure movement. The arms aren't moving, the legs aren't moving, everything is just following the movement of the main control or the cog control of the character. So to do this, basically what I've done is I wanted to make sure that the arms and the legs follow exactly the movement of the cog. So if I rotate the cog, the legs and the arms are going to follow along, as well as the head. So to do that, basically, I just made sure that like for the foot controls, you can see follow space is set to the cog, so it's following the movement of the cog. The arms are not in world space, they're in local space. So again, they're following the movement of the body. So everything is sort of just following one-to-one with the cog control. And that gives me this almost like action figure pass that then I can start to build more and more detail on. And that's really where this sort of layered method comes into this workflow. Again, I have the overall movement of my character established, even without really any poses other than the default idle pose that it's currently in. It's stuck into this pose, but immediately you can see the animation sort of starting to come together. We have the movement, we have the timing and the spacing, and we can always tweak those things as we continue working, but we have a really strong foundation that now we can just go in here and just start layering on more and more detail. And for me, that's just a much simpler way to think about animation. It was always really difficult for me to sort of think about animation in like this pose first idea, and then start sort of like thinking about, okay, how am I actually going to move between these main key poses that I've created? This just allows me to think about the movement first, then think about the poses and refining the poses. But once you have a strong foundation of the movement in there, really it can start to really sort of dictate the animation and allow you to almost mold this as if it were clay and shape it like it were clay. You're going in here, you're working very quickly and just playing around with different ideas. And that's what I really love about this workflow. So the next thing for me to do is to do a leg pass. You can see the legs are going through the floor. They're obviously stuck in this one pose throughout the entire animation. So I really want to make sure I get this grounded, and doing a leg pass will really start to flesh out this animation. So to do this, what I want to make sure that I do is get the feet back to world space so they're not following the cog control of this character. So again, if I move the cog, the feet are going to follow along. Now before I do that, typically I want to make sure that I'm happy with the movement of the cube and the movement of the character. You can see my cog control is just constrained to the cube. So what I would do if I'm ready to do a leg pass would just be to bake this down. I'll just do a smart bake. Bake the movement of the cog control and then just delete that constraint because I really don't need it there. I want to actually just start animating the character itself. I have my cube pass. It gave me what I need. Now I can just go in here and delete it. So if I delete the cube there, you can see it'll delete that constraint because that cube is no longer in the scene. And then now I'm actually ready to start animating the character itself. But you can see if I go in here and try to start animating the feet, they're always going to be following along the cog. So it's not really going to work. So I need to make sure that these feet are no longer following the cog. So to do that, what I want to do is shift select both of the foot controls, shift select the cog control. And now what I'm going to do is set a keyframe at all the same frames for the cog on the feet themselves. So you can see there aren't any really keyframes set in this animation for the feet. So what I'm going to do is going to select them, go through all the keyframes of this animation and just pressing S to lock a keyframe down. And just pressing S to lock a keyframe down for the foot controls, the same place that all the keyframes are for the cog. Now the reason I want to do this is because I still want to keep the feet moving the way they are. You can see that already they're doing the 180 along with the character, so I don't want to just completely get rid of any of this foot animation. If I did, the feet would just be stuck at their main position, the body would be moving, and it would be really difficult to actually animate these feet. So I want to keep the animation exactly what you see here on the feet, but I want to bring them back so they're no longer following the cog. So to do this, I actually use a really helpful script here by Morgan Loomis. I'll link it in the description. His website also has a lot of other really helpful scripts, so highly recommend checking that out. But what this will do is basically bake your animation on your controls down to locators, so I'll do that. And you can see it's going to go through here, and since I set keyframes down, it's going to go through all those keyframes, create locators, and I'll just scale them up here real quick. And now you can see these locators are following exactly the movement and the animation on the feet. So now all I need to do is go to the foot controls. Under follow space, right click and just do break connections because there's actually keyframes on that. I don't really need that. I'll just set this to root. You can see the feet are going to snap, but I'll select the locators. Bake from locators, so it's taking the locator information, baking them back onto the control. And once it runs through this, you'll see I'll be able to animate the feet exactly how I want. So now that that's set, if I move the cog around, the feet are going to stay planted just like you would expect with IK legs. But now what I can do is go in here and I can start animating the feet. So right here, you can see the feet are picking up, which I don't really want. So with the Animbot tool, I'll just make sure that's snapped back to the last pose. And then just go through here straight ahead and just start animating the feet. So here, this foot, I probably want to make sure it stays where it's at. This foot's picking up, but I probably actually don't want to pick it up that much. I might actually lock it back down and then just lift it up just a little bit. But again, you can see that you already have the movement on the character in there. So when you're going through here and animating the feet, you kind of already know where they need to be placed based on the position of the character. So here, the character is pushing forward. I'd probably keep this foot just stuck there. It's pushing off that foot. This foot will probably be lifting. And I'd also be looking at the poses in my video reference to sort of get the idea for the foot poses themselves. But again, I would just go through this entire animation, do a really quick rough leg pass. And I'll go ahead and open up that scene so you can see sort of the finished leg pass. So in this scene, we have the finished leg pass and I'll play it here. You can see the legs are moving and they're sort of following what the poses we had in the video reference. They're also following just really the movement of the character that we have here. And this leg pass is pretty rough. We're not really thinking about much detail. We want to lock this character down, but already doing a leg pass like this, you can really start to see your animation take shape. You really don't even have the upper body animated really much at all. We've really just animated the legs, but as soon as you get the legs locked down here, you can really start to visualize your animation. It's really starting to come together at this point. So really the next step I would take for something like this would be to begin animating the arms and the chest next. Again, taking this very like layered approach, slowly layering on more and more detail to the animation. So here we have the chest and arm pass. If I play it here, you can see I'm starting again to just layer on more detail, animating the chest and the arms based off what we shot in the video reference for the poses. And this just gives me a really strong foundation. It's still pretty rough for a lot of these poses, but I'm just, again, just sort of going pass by pass over the character and just layering on more details. So after the chest and arm pass, what I would probably do here is go through back over the legs and start animating the legs and the hips a bit more to sort of polish those up a bit more. You can see the legs are pretty rough. We actually don't really have the hips animated much at all, but you can see the legs are sort of just stepping through here. There's not a whole lot of detail on the legs. So now that I have the chest and arms animated, sort of roughly what they should be doing, then I'd go through here and animate the hips and the legs. So I'll go ahead and just open up that scene as well. And on this leg pass, you can see I started to animate the legs more, started animating the hips, especially for this sort of stab motion. I have sort of this like settle on the hips and the knees, as well as on the push off here. I've animated the toe and the heel just a bit more to get a little bit more detail in there. And again, this approach just really allows me to go in here and start tweaking poses adding more detail sort of on the fly. Again, this allows me to work almost as if it were like clay, which I really love. I really love just going in here, pushing things around, trying different things as I go along. I'm not sort of like stuck to one particular idea. It's really important to give yourself that freedom to try things, experiment with things inside of Maya. And all the tools we have available for us in Maya, things like Animbot and just animation layers in general, the idea of just things taking too long in Maya, which is why you should like sketch out your poses before ever going to Maya, I feel like doesn't really apply that much nowadays. When we're able to work so quickly inside of Maya with all the tools we have, it's really important for you to actually use them in your workflow to help you just animate faster. So at this point of the animation, there's a few things that I actually want to tweak. So mainly the stab pose here, based again off the video reference pose, but I actually wanted to change this, tweak it, and have it be more of like a two-handed stab just to make more of a dynamic pose, as well as just a stronger feeling pose into that stab. And then also the return to idle is way too long. There's like this double step that she does, stepping back into idle. Thinking about this as if it were for a video game, you really want to make sure that you're getting back to idle as quickly as possible. And also, if you'll remember in the video reference, I did this sort of like twirl with the sword when I switched back to the right hand for the sword. That's something I ended up just not really putting in the animation. Again, thinking about a video game animation, you really want to get back to idle as quickly as possible. So even though those flourishes might be cool, probably you'll just get rid of them just so you can get back to idle as quickly as possible. So after this pass, I wanted to go in here and start tweaking things, as well as pushing some of the timing in some of these areas, making it a bit snappier. And as you're animating, you never want to be afraid to really tweak things, change things for your animation. It's important not to really be married to any aspect of your animation because it can always change. So in this pass is when I changed up the stab pose, tweaked the timing a little bit, make it a little bit snappier on the grab, and then the actual stab motion. And then also I took out that extra step back to idle. So now she's just doing like one step back into that idle pose to sort of just get right back into the action. Again, if this were for a game, you would want to make sure that you're just getting back there as quickly as you can. At this stage of the animation, actually probably quite a bit before this, was when I could take it out of Maya, bring it into the game engine, and actually start testing it. And again, this entire animation from start to finish, shooting the video reference and actually animating, was about a 6.5 hour process. So probably even in the maybe 3 hour point of the animation, I could bring this out of Maya, throw it into engine, test it out, and sort of play around and tweak timing and iterate on it. And this is why I really like this workflow, because it allows me to iterate quickly and just work very quickly when I'm first focusing on the overall animation first, then sort of tweaking poses, adding detail as I move along. So this is actually one of the final passes I did. There's like a hair pass as well as just a lot of refinement to the movement. Animated the camera, brought this cube in here to give her something sort of to hit against. And you can see that this workflow really allows me to work quickly, getting to this point in about 6.5 hours. Obviously, there's lots of things that can be changed and tweaked and pushed, but you have a really strong foundation very quickly that you can start to really build upon. And just to show you something here, there's actually not a ton of animation layers in here, but you can see sort of like this final animation. I didn't bake any of the animation layers off in this scene file, so you can kind of see here all the different layers I have in the scene. Obviously, I'm really bad at naming, but when I'm tweaking poses, changing things, I'm just adding a layer, adding another layer, just playing around with different ideas on these different layers. Obviously, layers are all non-destructive, so it's a great way to, again, sort of work with your animation as if it were clay, play around and really be creative with it and try different ideas. So again, you can see all the different animation layers I have in here. Again, they're not named, so I really don't know what each one does. So maybe I wouldn't take that for my workflow, but again, I'm trying to work really quickly. So I'm just constantly adding new layers and not really worrying much about naming at that point. Obviously, there isn't one workflow that works for every single animator. There are people that work great following like a super planned out pose-to-pose approach to their animation. People like me, I really can't work that way. It's a hard way for me to visualize my animation, and it's a really hard way for me to work quickly. So hopefully you're able to get at least something out of this video, and at the very least, you might be able to grab something in this workflow and just implement it into your own workflow.
What's up guys, welcome to new Unreal Engine 5 tutorial. Today I'm going to show you how to use anim notifies. It's going to be a very easy bit to follow, so let's get started. I just want to let you know that I just released a new free ebook that you can download for beginners on how to master Unreal Engine 5, so I'll be linking that in the description. With that said, let's continue with the video. Alright, so anim notifies provide a way to set up events to occur at specific points during an animation. For example, to add effects like footstep sounds or spawn particles. So let's go ahead and open up an animation to just showcase an example. So let's go to characters, mannequins, animations, Manny, and let me go ahead and open up the jump animation. So as you can see, we have the animation taking place over here, and we have this timeline where we have a notify track over here. And in this track is where you would essentially add all of your anim notifies. And we of course can go ahead and add more tracks if we need to. So if we right click on the notifies track, as you can see, we have two different sections. We have the add notify and the add notify state. So the add notify section essentially just executes once. Okay, so just add notify will just execute once we reach that frame. And the notify state has a beginning and an ending. So for example, we could start a flow of code when the notify starts, and then another flow of code when it ends. So let's take a look first of all at the normal notify. So as you can see, by default we have some classes created by Unreal Engine to, for example, play a sound or play a particle effect. So let's go ahead and just add a sound over here. If we select this in the details panel, as you can see, we have this class already set up where we can go ahead and just select a sound to play, for example this ping sound. And when the animation goes to that point, it will go ahead and play the sound. Super simple, right? Cool. We can do the same to, for example, play a Niagara particle effect. Select this and use, for example, select the explosion, right? So the same thing. It's just super simple, straight to the point. Once it goes through that little point over here, it will go ahead and just execute whatever code it has. Now, for the notify straight, for example, if I go ahead and select the trail, you can see that we can drag the beginning and the end. With the normal notify, we couldn't do this. So for example, we could execute one piece of code when it starts, one piece of code during the notify, and another piece of code at the ending. So super useful. Okay, so with that said, how do we create our own notifies to execute our own code? Well, in this case, let's go to the content browser, right click, and create a new blueprint class. And on all classes, let's search for notify, and as you can see, we have the two up here. So notify and then notify state. So let's begin with the normal notify. You select this, call it bp_notify. Let me rename it notify _ and then jump. So let's open this up. As you can see, we have this interface and it looks very simple. And you're probably wondering, well, where's our graph? Well, in order to add a graph, we need to add a function. And if we go to the function settings, we can override, as you can see, the received notify function. So this is essentially the begin play of the notify. Once our animation frame reaches our notify, we will play this piece of code. So I'm gonna make it very simple and, for example, just, I don't know, play a sound 2D, okay? And I'm gonna play even the same sound, so the ping, and that's pretty much it. So if I was to compile and save and go to the animation and just, for example, do it when we reach this height and just right click, add notify, you can see that we have our our notify class available. So we can just click it and there we go. It will go ahead and just execute that piece of code, which is just to play a sound. Now, of course, you wouldn't just have to play a sound, because in that case, you could use the one that is built in by Unreal, but it's just an example. You would put your own code. Now, if you want to also access the player blueprint, you could get the mesh component, get the owner, and then cast, for example, the third person character blueprint. And with these two nodes, you're essentially accessing the class of our character. And then you can do things like, I don't know, whatever you would want, right? To execute I don't know, like an attack or things like that, right? So really it's whatever you want. Now with that said, we already covered the normal notifies. As you can see, we can create our notifies, add them to the track, and execute whatever code we want. But now let's see how we can create an animation state. Sorry, a notify state. So let's go back to the content browser, right click, go to the blueprint class, search for notify, and we have over here notify state. So with the notify state selected, you can see also we have some presets which you can go ahead and select, but in this case let's just select the normal state and then call this bp underscore notify underscore state underscore jump. So if we open this up, you will notice a difference once we click on override. And
I would love to know, who is Clary Sage? What do you do?
Well, Clary Sage College is for helping.
Is that we have a notify begin, notify end, and a notify tick. So usually when we go ahead and do loops, we begin the loop at the notify begin and end the loop at the notify end, and that way we can avoid the tick, but really it's up to you. So for example, we can do one thing when the notify begins, and is to also play a sound to the, let me connect the mesh component to world context object, and for example we can play the I don't know, the what what sound do we play? Use the dockable open window, right? And then we can go to the override, and at the end also play sound, right? And let's do, for example, let's do an explosion. Okay, so with that said, when I go to my jump animation, go to the track and just right click, add notify state, and select our class, you can see that we can drag this, and I can say, okay, so we'll begin at the frame of the 3 and net at 20. Okay, so you can see that you start, it will play the dock sound and say, oh wow, we're playing the explosion. That's because I was going backwards, right? Normally we go forward. So when we go forwards, right, we play the normal dock, and at the end, when we go out of the state, you will see that we will play explosion. And there we go. You can see that it will work just as fine. So we have the begin and at the end. So it's really useful. Now of course we could do the same with the tick, and for example do one thing every single frame while it's, you know, in between the animation, but that is up to you. Normally we begin a loop at the begin and end it at the end, so really it's up to you. Anyway, so that's pretty much it. As you can see, you can go ahead and create your own notify states to create whatever you want, and overall just expand your animation knowledge, right? It's super strong. So if you found this video helpful, I would really appreciate it if you could like the video and subscribe to my channel. I also have Unreal Engine 5 videos and tutorials, so check them out. Check out my new ebook, link in the description. Join my Discord server, follow me on socials, and now yes, I go outside. Bye bye.
When your auto insurance coverage is too big or too small, it feels, well, you know. That's why USAA has options that fit your needs, so you can get your coverage just right. Get a quote today. USAA.
The development of consumer products is never linear and is filled with potential issues blocking success. Fusion 360 allows every team member to seamlessly share designs back and forth, collaborate with other teams in the same environment, enabling true collaboration at every stage of the process.